Morning, everyone. Posh, nice setup. Yeah, but it's I don't know. I don't like this one just yet. I would rather see it get over the 200 and then reset back up. Posh isn't Netflix in my opinion, and they're kind of similar in a way. I don't know. They both have been killed. I can only own one. Gotta pick one or the other. Can't take both of them. I can't add too many turds. But it's got a nice look to it. I wish it were doing that above its moving averages. Thanks, babe. I there's a lot of nice little looking charts. There's a lot of them. Boy, I'm tired. Steve Austin, good morning. I stayed up way too late last night. Hey, at least we got a sweep last night. Hey, Sean, those 13 points are gonna come in handy. Man, I mean, really, that'll put us clearly in first place. I think by quite a bit. And you know what? You know what I was talking to Nino about? You know that team we were playing was also tied for first. It's because they played all the other horrible teams in the league, and then when they played us, they got their asses kicked. So hopefully that just means we got some. Well, I don't like having easy competition, but we really do. That team with Jason and his wife, that they're going to be a hard team to beat. What'd they do? They qualified for Worlds or whatever. Citywide. Wow. Not to mention Jason's already played Vegas probably a dozen times and won. He wrote the book. Yeah. Dude, I'm hoping we get a fat washout here soon, man. I'm tired of this little half day pop only to just fail lower. It's getting annoying. Not like it matters. Been sitting on my hands mostly, but NFE. Hmm. Doctor, how are you? Good morning. Oh boy, would be nice to get a rally, huh? BTU, man. Couple more days. This thing might be perfect. Man, these bio names are all still making massive moves, dude. Or these bio and pharmaceutical names are all making ridiculous moves. Now, if TCOM will just go sideways a couple more days, this thing might be way better. all these therapeutic names, pharmaceutical names, healthcare names. I mean, they are by far the strongest right now. It's kind of crazy. I'm coming across so many pharma names, dude. It's kind of crazy. What do I think of MAXN and STNG? Well, here's what I well, MAXN's not ready just yet, but it's showing some really nice relative strength. You, it's solar has been kind of breaking down a little bit with tan, so I would just advise caution. And then FSLR still looks okay, but really I wouldn't be quick to jump on anything. STNG's an absolute monster. I still don't like this chart either. It's just gone vertical, which and it needs a whole new base or a longer base. It needs to have a shake in the base, so it means like I'd need it to break down a little bit more, and then build out a whole new right side. Like I don't really want to buy something this extended, up 50% from the 200. It's not usually. Oh, it's not up 50%. It's up 40. So it's still doable, but there are better setups like right in here. So I have found support on the rising 20. Might have been a little bit nicer. I don't really. This name was hard to get situated in. Then right here is I thought was another good spot. Found support on rising 20, higher lows, got tight, and then took off. Wasn't perfect by any means, but this name was hard to get situated into. Yeah, RVCN just was one of the names on my scan. RXD. I mean, there's just so many of these bioscience and pharmaceutical names. It's getting out of hand here. There's a lot of them. CCRN is another one. I mean, there's literally by the dozens, and that's why I scan. It's far and away the strongest sector right now. Lilly definitely helped. Biogen definitely helped. VXRT is definitely helping, which I didn't take, but we were talking about this one too. Oh wait, VRTX. Yeah, VRTX. Yeah, this thing looks amazing. Yeah, Suave's popping back up. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of these names look amazing. If these solars are going to make any kind of a move higher, you're going to want to see EMPH hold today. Yeah, it's the healthcare, bio, and pharma sector that look good. Because I even think AbbVie looks good. It just needs a little bit more time, but AbbVie looks fine. And the reason I say it looks fine is because all its moving averages are really tight. It's been going up when the market's seeing new 52-week lows, and this isn't some stock that's just coming out of a long-term downtrend. This stock's been in a big uptrend for a long time. So really, it's just pulling back, and it doesn't even have big overhead from its all-time highs. I mean, it's down 20%. Compared that to some of your semiconductor stocks, and tell me which ones are holding up better. Cigna's another one. It's barely got any overhead. It's down like 5% from all-time highs. Nothing but happy investors. It's choppy. It's a piece of shit, kind of, but slow. But you get the idea. Yeah, sure. RLMD, but there's no setup here. Same rejected perfectly on the 20. Hmm. Today's gonna be a pretty telling day going into the weekend. And Alex, um, I totally mean what you get about CCRN, but group it into like industries in your mind. Like when oil and gas was going, it wasn't just, you know, Chevron and Exxon Mobil. It was also, like the refiners. It was also the explorers. It was also the refiners. It was also the guys who do the transportation. It was pretty much everybody in the industry was going higher. So sometimes that's the way I like to look at it. And so like you could group CCRN with anything to do with that industry. Doo-doo-doo. Nike got its ass kicked yesterday too. Oh my goodness. What's PAYX? Paycheck? Oh no. This is a piece of shit here. What do you like about this piece of shit? Avoid this one, man. There's a better one. PCTY. There you go. If you want one that starts with the letter P, there you go. Big difference in those two charts, my friend. You focus on things above moving averages that are already bucking the market trend. Market's seeing 52-week lows, and this thing's in an uptrend. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel you. But, you don't ever want to be in the laggards. You want to be in the leaders. So, don't focus on those crappy ones. You don't want your money there anyway. We were looking at VXRT, and I had this line down here. I didn't think it had gone sideways enough, but I guess it thought so. I mean, it looks ready. I know their fundamentals are solid. Everything's kind of starting to turn up here. I mean, it would be nice to just see a tight day, which really, I mean, this thing looks like it's, going, gone. Um, no, not anything big, unless you're looking for like some cheaper name like AIMD looks like I think it's up, and that's a turd. LITM. Literally, there's nothing on my gap list. A 40 percenter is the top one, and then this LITM 38%. And no real large caps had any great gaps today. Apple, man. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Mm. It's just getting. I'm hoping one of these days, they just rip the fucking band-aid off. Would be nice. Yeah, I wouldn't touch LITM with it ever. There's no interest in stuff like that. Very, 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 very rarely do I go for stock that's in a downtrend. And I buy it as it's turning up anyway, but, you know, I almost never do it. Yeah, if they would have retraced their offering from last week, they should have done it when names like that were flying after they said that news. This Court Therapeutics doesn't look too bad either. Pulling back, it's digesting this move slowly. Oh man, it's fucking thin. No, it's can't do it. Catalyst Pharmaceuticals, RYTM's another one that's holding up super well, man. This thing here, absolute monster. Twitter's interesting too. I mean, it's really, really starting to shape up and get up above everything. It's crazy. Like I said, I don't know if that means Elon's not buying it, or I don't know if that means Elon's buying it. Either way, it's going to probably be a pass. Yeah, market's opening. Good luck, everyone.
ABCDT, PPCB, THMO, SJ, THMO, SJ, SJNY, AEHL, RAT, RAT, JPA, RMPTT, Psy,
Does Apple rally some today?
Psy,
It would certainly help. Who knows? Who knows?
RMETLITM,
gold's been acting a little bit better. The 20 years been acting a tiny bit better. It's always nice to see. The VIX kind of flagging up on the hourly. What's my opinion on RVCN? Oh, RVNC, sorry. What the fuck's going on here? It's not ready. It's not ready. It's finding support on the rising 20, but then I'd like to see some higher lows. That's just me. I mean, and it could easily work. If you bought it over yesterday's high, 2580s, but it's something I would pass on personally. It's just not ready. You're buying it. You're buying it 120% from the lows without like another new base. Hmm. You gotta always think about that. Um, how high are you buying something without a real consolidation? It's almost like chasing the stock. Just because it goes sideways for a few days doesn't mean it's safe to buy just yet. Wait for your merchandise to be perfect. Literally, just wait for it to be absolutely perfect. And again, I don't know how many times the Bears are going to have a shot to break over this or break below this June low and hold it lower. I mean, they're going to have to get that party started soon.
OPGN.
really see a whole lot to do so far. No alerts going off.
KPRX. Immaculate.
Sark looks decent. Isn't that the inverse to arc? Pretty sure. Looks decent for a long. I believe it. Nice flag, I bet. Oh man. Sure is. Holy shit. This could be a good hedge if you're long a couple equities. You know, this could be a good short or a good hedge. Sark looks decent. Sark looks fucking great, actually. Crazy.
WINR. NBY. NBY. WINR.
Happy. Dying. You are off my watch list.
WINR.
doesn't look too bad either on the 60-minute. We'll see.
macro,
LNG. Holy shit. NBIX, this is nice. Maybe another week or so. Could be a nice chart. Nice little shake in the base. It's exactly what I like to see. It's also, some people will look at it a little different. Some people will say, we'll call that a bull flag or something. Nice little bull flag. We'll see. Looks like our market's trying to give a little oversold bounce here. Maybe. I've been saying that now for a few days, but who knows? Oh wow, RXDX new highs.
SJ, SJ,
Wow.
SJ,
I was looking at this one down here in the low 52s. I just, didn't think too much of it.
DTEA,
Yeah, dude, these bio names, man, they look good. I've got some alerts set out there and a bunch of different things, man. Bunch of potentials, but nothing's hitting yet. So we just gotta hang out. TTD is interesting. Twitter, holy cow. This thing's really gonna go or what?
SJ,
This Twitter looks like it might go. That's interesting. I liked it down here. I never pulled the trigger. Nerves perking. Yeah. It had a really nice tight day yesterday. Like, it's fucking super tight. Over 960s would have been a great entry today. Tiny risk, 15-cent risk. That's awesome. That is great risk reward. Did you end up longing it?
Yeah,
Beautiful.
950, 140 shares.
950.
Yeah,
Oh we.
because I had already launched 40 shares as like a pilot.
Yeah, a little test position.
Yeah,
It got tight, really tight yesterday, above the 10 and the 20. I mean, you just draw an alert right over yesterday's high, and that was your spot to long. I mean,
NICH.
and you sitting with a 950. I mean, that's as nice as you can have, honestly. You're not going to have a better average than that. So you took a pilot position lower as like a starter, right? And then what was your stop on that? Like 850s?
correct, correct. Started off with just 20 shares, and then I was like, okay, I'm
And
gonna
you're
do
risking what, like a buck a piece on them on your 20 shares, and then you just added?
even, dude. Not even. I was risking realistically down to honestly, I was gonna cut the thing if it broke below nine.
Oh, got it. Sometimes that using that pivot low is even better, especially if you're smart about taking a super small starter like that. Like literally sitting there saying, okay, look, I'm in at 9, I got 20 shares, below 830. So like risking 80 cents, on pretty much no size. And then now you've just added and added and added. Now you've got a 950 on 140 shares.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, that's
I feel
text.
I feel like when you take a starter position very small, you don't lose interest in the stock, or you don't lose interest in the
No,
stock.
you it forces you to keep your eyes on it.
Yeah, you're checking your positions daily, so it's like, when something does, or you see something change in the stock, you're like, oh
Yep,
shit.
and you had such tiny size, the loss was literally irrelevant. But now
Oh yeah, it would have been nothing. It would have been
yeah,
nothing.
now you've times seven your position. Now you're in for a full size position with a 60-cent cushion right now,
Correct.
and really your stop should
FEAS.
be, you know, basically break even at this point. There's no reason this thing should come back on you. Not, I mean, it's in a nice uptrend. The daily looks fine. It flattened out plenty. It was perfect. That's how you do it, man. That starter position.
You know what got my attention, dude? It's just like that fucking picture I sent you.
Yep. You know which other one too?
350 million shares,
Oh
bro.
man, it's not perfect just yet either, but SNDX is looking pretty good too. I don't like it just yet because of the move right back up to resistance in just a handful of days. Now if it'll just go sideways for 2 days, literally that's all it would need, 2 days, and then, back up over, 25 would be awesome in a couple of days. Next week could be a textbook setup. I wouldn't buy it here because, it just came off of its lows of the base. But SNDX looks nice. It was crazy, man. I was gonna buy this thing down here in 1950s. Never did.
Got an alert for PTYX.
PTYX.
V VTYX.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna pass on something like this one, but I see it. Nice move up, surfing the 10. If it could, I would just like to see the 20 catch up a little bit more.
I'm looking at the chart now. This was like one of those ones I set just to see what happens. I know not you know you get it all, but I just wanted to see like what happens like when something consolidates that long and like then it goes break above it.
PHAS.
Well, it's even seeing Tesla rally today. It's hopefully that'll help us out here in the. Hopefully that'll help this market out a bit.
So I would just get his shit together.
I mean, it's crazy. You know what I like seeing? Low key, I like seeing crypto names bounce. I don't. Not that I want to trade any of them, but when I see crypto names bounce, that just tells me that there's extra money in the market. You know, when I see Mara starting to go green on the day, I just know that there's extra money in the market that really is a total piece of shit, but it's nice to see.
Shit, would you say it's extra money, dude?
Yeah, dude, it's a tulip, man. Okay, because think about it like this. Did Bitcoin go up when the market was tanking? No, it didn't, right?
What country is it? Ecuador?
Yeah, Ecuador. Yeah, they're holding a bag, a fat bag.
But they're fully Bitcoin, right?
Or Honduras, Ecuador, Honduras. I have no idea. Venezuela, one of those countries, dude.
One of those countries, right? Fully
Yeah.
Bitcoin.
Huh? Yeah, El Salvador. Yeah, somebody just told me El Salvador. Yeah, Posh. Somebody put Posh on my radar. I probably should have mentioned it to you, Laugh. I just, you
No,
know,
I've been watching it. I've been seeing it. I didn't like it in time.
yeah, it's still under the 200 with a shitload overhead.
Exactly why I didn't like it.
The only name that really I would play in this scenario that is doing that would be Netflix, and Netflix isn't perfect right now either. But yeah, dude, when I see Bitcoin going up, you have to ask yourself, like, did Bitcoin go up? Was there money going to Bitcoin when the market was coming down? No, right? So what does that tell you? That it needs the market going higher to go. Because, like, really, Bitcoin's got no, real use, man. You and I don't walk around with Bitcoin in a wallet and pay each other or use it at the bar or use it at restaurants or, you know,
I mean, not yet, my boy.
nah, you're right, not yet. But what it,
People used to walk around with.
but the problem is Bitcoin, the only way for the price of Bitcoin to go up is to go. The reason it made such a big move in November is our market was still flying. Essentially, it was like one of the last things to get shot down. But once things started to get shot down and the money started to get drained from the system, Bitcoin never stood a chance.
The thing is this, dude. We literally, as humans, used to carry around metals.
Yeah, yeah, no, I feel you. I feel you.
Metal. And before that, it was just furs. Furs and seasons.
Yeah, and before that, it was tulips in people's pocket. How did that go?
No, it wasn't tulips. It was people's pockets everywhere.
It was tulips. Ask the Dutch. Ask them what happened.
Yeah, one place. Fucking idiots.
Yeah, you remember, dude. The back in the day, the price of a tulip was the price of a mansion.
Ooh, this thing got nerve today.
Nerves going for you real well.
Got some nerve today.
Very nice. Just remember, in the back of your head, you start to get a 10% push. Be proactive in this market about selling 10%. I mean, even if you sell 20 of your 140 shares, be proactive in this market. I like to look for that 10% move, a 20% move, and then for a trim, and then a trim, and then
Well, 10% of. Well, so what am I looking for 10% of? Like, I don't. What do you mean by that? So, like a 10% move?
yeah, 10% move from the breakout spot, never from your entry. Like because you could end up with you could be a dip buyer, right? And then you end up with a better cost average, but that doesn't mean the stock's breaking out. So I usually say 10% from the breakout spot. So if breakout spot was over yesterday's high, at 1060, and then you should consider maybe a 10% trim of your position. So 15 shares, and then maybe a 15 or 20% move from the breakout spot. Another 10%, so another 15 shares, and that way you'll still have 110 shares. And then maybe you cut some into weakness, and then you stay in the rest for a close below a moving average. Like two trims into strength, into a 10 and a 20% push, a little trim into weakness if it breaks below one of your key levels after it's given you that 10 and 20% push, and then cut the rest if it closes below a daily moving average.
AMHG, AMHG.
For me, that's always been one of the very best ways to to kind of manage a position without feeling too bad, because if you're holding 70% of the position, 80%, and you watch it that come back on you. It's very frustrating. But if you only have 40%, 50% that you watch come back on you, it's not near. It doesn't hurt nearly as much mentally.
Nah, G, 350 million shares, G. I'm holding.
Yeah, I know. I saw. Yeah, last month. Yeah, that's true too.
350? That's out of nowhere. That's somebody. I'll be right back. Thank you for
Yeah,
the patience.
my buddy's trading well. That's nice to see. He's getting his shit together. Really nice to see. BJ finding support on the rising 50, almost like you would suspect. Cardinal Health needs a little bit more time. CALX looks. I don't really like this chart right now. Looks nice, but it's a no go for me. Oh man, FSLR. Holy shit, this thing's. Well, these solar names are sticking around, hopefully. That's what that means. Which means whoever asked me about MAXN and whatnot, you know, probably looking good. Yeah. Yeah, MAXN might, I mean, it's just, it needs just a touch more time. But damn, it's starting to look good. Yeah, I'm still interested in snow, but my alert hasn't hit. I'm looking for over 270 or 175. My alert's already set, so yeah, I didn't like Frey. I looked at it a little bit ago. I didn't like it. But now, I mean, funny enough, it's starting to look better, but I don't see any tight candles. I mean, this thing is a fucking headache. Who's in control here? It's clearly still holding the 20, but damn. Talk about annoying. Val. EQT. Nope. Sava. PBF. AMR. Some of these names are still holding up. We'll see how they shape up a little bit later, but BTU still acting really well. And yeah, Alex, you're totally right about Frey. It's like it's holding up, but it's wide and loose. So you have to ask yourself, like, how do I limit my risk there? You got to wait for something that's tight. Your eyes are seeing it just fine, but you got to have that discipline to wait for your merchandise to be perfect. And that's why we scan. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of names out there that are setting up and potentially in a viable position soon, or in the upcoming days, weeks, whatever. Just make sure your merchandise is perfect. You don't have to force anything, dude. You know, you and I shouldn't walk into the grocery store and just accept whatever vegetables and fruit they have there for us. No, 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 no. I'm not buying bananas unless my bananas are perfect. I'm not buying, moldy blueberries. Yeah, I actually came across that one this morning, and I stopped on it. But you know, it's held up incredibly perfect since that move, basically holding the entire upper half of that first day, which is nice. But the 10 and the 20 got to catch up. But it's nice, right? I mean, but I wouldn't want to buy this and then swing it. Not yet. Not yet. Again, guys, whenever you're in doubt, go back and study DAC, okay? Whenever you're in doubt, when this thing's well underneath moving averages and just gets up over, don't be in a total rush. Wait for something perfect. And even if you could have gotten it at 5 or at $6, but you just waited until something better, up at 13, 100 and some odd percent higher after it gave you a nice, a better setup, should I say? Well, then, it still ends up going to 100, even though you bought it at 13 or 15 or whatever. So we don't know how high CANO can go, but my point is, you don't have to be in a rush to buy it. If it's really gonna go higher, it'll go higher. You just have to make sure you get a nice, clean, risk reward type of an entry. I like this PCTY too. This thing's fucking nice. Not gonna lie, I kind of like this name. What, PCTY is pretty thin? Is that what you're saying? And one of the things that I've talked about over the last couple weeks is PCTY may not be trading heavy shares, sometimes 500,000 shares a day or 400,000 shares a day, but what price is it? Ask yourself that. Is this a $25 stock or a $250 stock? So yeah, it trades 330,000 shares a day, but how many am I really going to buy? At maximum, 1,000, and that would be a lot, right? I mean, maybe 800. So in reality, yes, it's a little thin, but no, because of the dollar volume that it trades, right? That's almost more important when I mean, something's thin. By thin, I mean there's not a lot of money going in and out of the thing, but if it's a $250 stock and it still trades 400,000 shares a day, there's still a ton of money going through there. And, if I'm only buying 800 shares, yeah, already $15 million. So, yeah, so if I take my account and I multiply it by 10, I could still trade PCTY. Really? Celsius, huh? I'm drinking rum right now. Who knows? I'm going to give this one a few more days. This could have been like maybe a dip buy setup, but honestly, I don't trust our market. This could easily be a bear flag, could easily reject from the 10 or the 20. I'd rather just see it get right back up, create a low cheat in the next week or two, and then that one might be buyable. But I'll toast to that. Man, these Bitcoin names are kind of bouncing a little bit.
Cam, you on top of?
I don't even know that he's here. Oh, he is? No. You guys want to talk about thin? AGYS, great example of thin. Look, I mean, dude, there are some days this thing trades 30,000 shares up at $50. I mean, a tenth of the volume of PAY, Yeah. I mean, guys, you know better. You know better than that, turd. Avoid, avoid. Don't headache yourself with shit like that ever, ever. Yeah, DGII was another one on my radar. Yep, this thing's thin too. I mean, these every fucking name in this market's thin right now. It's kind of annoying, but sizing's just gonna be key. But yeah, this is not bad. This is a pretty clean chart. Nice new base, surfing the 50. Above the 10 and the 20 now. Good eye, honestly. Maybe not one for me, but you know, you're doing a great job finding these names. So keep that up. Honestly, that's your job. Figure out um, where money's going, where money's leaving, and clearly somebody's buying and holding up DGII. Money's coming here. I thought it had a little bit better of a setup down here when everything was a little bit tighter, but now it's looking great again. It kind of looks like Celsius a little bit, which is a little concerning. It looks like Celsius before. Yeah, it looks like this. Which you know, Celsius potentially needs a little bit more time. So again, even with DGII, you know, caution. They look a little similar. And again, guys, that's why we scan, right? So that you can quickly make that relation. Like, okay, I've seen a chart just like this. How did that pan out recently? Maybe they're not even in the same sector, but a setup is a setup, and things can only look so many different ways. Silver, huh? Fucking A. How's the gold market looking? HL is finally going up. Gold market's looking good or better. Neem, huh? Flagging up on the hourly. It's totally beaten up chart, man. I don't really like playing things like this, but sometimes I do consider it, and only because gold tends to bottom before our market. So, you know, sometimes I do want some exposure to the sector. But just pass on these gold names, man. But gold's acting way better. Way better. I wish this wasn't so slow. All these like food names, they're slow. But Twinkie doesn't look too bad. This TTD I'd like to own too. This trade desk looks pretty solid, honestly. You know, Everything's nice and super tight. It made its lows way back here. It had a big gap up because of earnings, which means their earnings are getting better, or something that an institution might be interested in. It's nice to see. Interesting. I'm gonna be interested in, if crypto starts to break back over 20,000. This thing has been incredibly resilient while the market's been going to see new lows. Bitcoin's been building a base at 20,000 or just underneath. It's just been building a base right around 20,000. FNGD is actually on my scanner. I personally don't like it. It's Nothing clean and linear about it. Plus, this is just like a rising channel, which I've mentioned this before. I don't like rising channels like this. You know, I want to see, okay, I want to see charts that have a, they look like this. Okay, there's one. There's setup number one. This is setup number two. And then the other one looks like this. Okay, the higher lows, lower highs. You know, flat top with higher lows and just a flat channel that then starts to break up. But I do not like charts that look like this. You know, that doesn't work for me. There's nowhere to really, you know, lower your risk. At least I don't know how. Haven't quite figured that one out yet. There's really only, you know, 3 chart patterns that I truly love. And again, you know, there are others. I like the undercut rally setup.
ANPC,
You know, I like the low cheat dip buy setup. But
MMM,
all right, let's scan here. I'm just managing what I own. Only 2 names, CCJ and LLY, and I cut some more LLY a little bit yesterday. You know, I liked how it had bounced off of the previous day's low, but then when it closed weak, um, you know, I just trimmed another half. So, and yeah, I'm still using the ascending 20 on the remaining piece. I only have about 30% of my original buy, so I will be patient with it. FSLR looking pretty solid. Palantir, huh? Turning back up. Was unable to undercut its May low. That's probably why the Russell's been acting pretty decent.
macro,
What the fuck? %, move in 3 days. What the fuck? Wolf. If Wolf builds out a new base, I still like Wolf for later. Pretty sure they're like a, you know, I don't know if they're semiconductor exactly, but we'll find out. I think Wolf's a semi. Yeah, semi.
loss,
Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. For Apple to continue to go lower and the market not completely die, it's gonna need a lot of other names to carry some weight. That's what's gonna have to happen. Because if Apple goes and revisits its June lows, you know, guys, it's gonna be. I believe that's where we get our capitulation, and I certainly hope we don't get all the way down there, dude. I mean, you're talking about another brutal month. That's what it would be. A tough environment, like it's not already. I like this DV too. A little thin, man. These fucking things are thin, but I would probably just take a little piece and then add to it later. Their fundamentals are solid. That's why I like them. It's the only real reason I'm watching them. And still no alert on snow, huh? My God. And again, I don't know. I don't know that I'd want to buy this thing today. $7 risk, my God, dude. Well, sizing properly would definitely have to be a thing. We'll see. See what happens when that alert hits. Probably take like a half or quarter size in the thing and let it push up, work, create another little low cheat, and just add to it. Just add in slow pieces. I don't really like the $7 risk from where I'd be buying. It's WWE, man. Smell what the Rock is cooking? This thing is acting pretty solid. I don't mind this EDU either. I would take a little starter into something like this. Nice move up, going sideways for these last handful of days. Finding support on rising moving averages on a smaller time frame. If it breaks this area and then can get over, 2580 pretty convincingly, you'd be in the driver's seat from there. And then just kind of let it set up again. Maybe another little low cheat setup or something. Who knows? But once it kind of gets over this 30, I mean, it's just got a nice fat gap. Which one, Sava?
Yeah.
I mean, it's in the right space right now, that's for sure.
And over the 20 on the hourly.
Oh, yeah. You still holding that small piece?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Dude, this LNG, man. Oh my God, this thing has just been super strong. Would be nice to see this thing set up one time. That would be super nice. So it looks like a $200 stock in the making. Easy. CCJ's in an interesting spot too. I still have my position here. We'll see. I've had to buy it in a couple pieces, and it still looks okay. Man, this thing. What the hell is this thing doing?
Hey, Ariel, I got your webcams all launched as well.
Oh, thanks, bro.
Got this green light yesterday.
That's all right.
Completely forgot till I started my call switch. But I even I didn't I let him name check.
Hey, take a peek at a DV. Nice little looking chart, man.
That's a beauty.
Yep. Yeah, it's really nice.
This is the one for me.
You know, pretty much building higher lows, and my interest in it, it would be over 28. Really, we'll see. Again, in a better market would be fucking great. But again, these things doing this, you know, uh, when the market's kind of struggling. I mean, I love names like this that are just creeping up over the 200. You know, again,
That's a beauty. That's a beauty right there.
yeah, it's character change, dude. It's getting it had earnings. It got it right up over all its moving averages, the 200, and the fact that it's up over the 200 when the market's been struggling. I mean, that's you know,
It's a hell of a sign for sure.
yeah. So CCJ, the way I actually played this, okay. So here is your igniting candle right on 824. And I actually had bought some in here 25.61, and then I added 27.30, and I didn't trim shit because I have a bigger thesis for uranium and I wanted to be patient. When this thing started breaking down, I had cut, my position. Or no, sorry, when it gapped down, I actually cut my position. So basically a completely flat trade, and I butchered it, right? I gave back really awesome gains, and that was my own fault. But then the low of this day, which is called the point of reference, that's what I've learned from like some, you know, that's just like a word that I've learned from some bigger level traders. The low of this day is 2470, right? So if you draw your line at 2470, which I did, I'd kind of noticed the day that this thing was flushing out, the market had already been in this ugly downtrend. In the back of my mind, I was like, okay, market should probably bounce soon. Market's probably going to bounce soon, whatever. And so on actually this day, I started to piece myself in as it started to rally back up. And then a few days later, I bought over these tops. So I wanted to just like, I'm realizing in this market, traditional breakouts aren't working because we're in a bear market. So figuring out alternate ways to get yourself situated in shit is super important. And so I've essentially bought CCJ down here, and I bought it up here, and I brought my average up to $26 basically. So yeah, it's again, it's well up above all moving averages. It was pulling back when the market was dumping. It undercut the day of the, that igniting candle. But again, is this 200 downtrending? No, it's in an uptrend, and it's been in an uptrend for a pretty damn long time, which means, I'm kind of expecting the stock to continue in an uptrend, right? Not to mention, and again, my opinion's totally irrelevant, but I have a thesis for the uranium sector, right? I have a feeling, and I could totally be wrong, but I'm just trying to follow price action, that the uranium space and nuclear energy in general is going to go much, much, much higher here in the short term. So I want to get situated in this name. But if traditional breakouts aren't going to work, I'm not just going to try to get myself situated in this commodity only to get stopped out every buy. So you have to figure out, alternate methods for getting into stuff. And here we go, snow. Okay, let's find out. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see. So again, traditional breakouts aren't working. So how else do you get into something you want to be in, right? Undercut rallies and low cheat setups. In this market, those are about the only two real setups that I've seen working. Undercut rallies and low cheats, right? Oxy gave us an undercut rally setup the other day. I just totally passed on it down here, right? It undercut its morning low, and then it started to rally. Not only that, it built a higher low from the previous day, right? It didn't break down and then break the previous day's low. It broke down its day's low and then started to recover. This was the perfect candle to get long. And if you look at the smaller time frame, you can see I wasn't the only one thinking that. Why? Because look at the big volume that came in on a smaller time frame as it turned back up. Right? This should have been the candle you were buying in. It got underneath that low, consolidated, and then started to break back up. And then here's your stop. Right? Basically call it a 58 entry and a 57.60 stop, which is literally no risk on a 50 something dollar stock. And that's why I do like undercut rally setups. And then it worked great. A couple days later, you're up $5 a share. I mean, what more could you ask for? So, in this market, guys, undercut rally setups and low cheat setups are, traditional breakouts just are not working. They're just not fucking working. So you have to figure out alternate methods, And again, even today could have been an undercut rally setup, right? What was yesterday's low, right? Okay. So as it undercuts yesterday's low and it starts to turn back up, that could be a undercut rally setup. Could be. Could be. Does it end up working? I have no idea. But you would have wanted to buy it as it's turning back up. Maybe into this candle or this candle here. Shit, even up here. It's like as long as you know what your risk is, 60, 70 cents. I mean, it's a $60 stock. That's nothing in terms of, percent. You just got to make sure you're sized in properly. But yeah, undercut and rally and low cheat setups are the only setups that I see actually working in this market. So when I see that, you got to adjust a little bit. You got to adjust. So I like EMAs because it puts a little bit more weight on, puts a little bit more weight on, it puts a little bit more weight on the most recent candles. We'll see if this snow ends up working. I just took the tiniest little piece of it, so we'll see if this thing ends up working. If the market rallies, this thing will work well. But I took like a 30% of a normal position. Still good, still nice size. So I didn't want to take any big size because it's a $7.5 risk for my entry. I'm not going to take an ass kicking by doing a 10% portfolio position. That would be too much of an ugly loss going into a Friday. But if the market rallies, which it looks like it might, Tesla's kind of turning up and Apple looks like it might be turning up. Couldn't break yesterday's lows, which is nice to see from Apple. Basically a double bottom on the hourly. It's always nice to see. I still believe our market's due for a big time oversold rally. So, why not? Win in Rome. Not to mention, this thing's been relentless higher lows. That's what I really like about it. You could draw a clear trend line like a 5-year-old, and you could just see it bouncing right off. If it starts to break below today's lows, well, it essentially means that it's breaking below the trend line, and then it's easy to exit. And then if this thing pushes up and tightens up, a couple days, gives me another little tight entry, I'll add to it. No problem. And I'll eventually get up to a nice full size position as the thing's working for me. And I wouldn't mind owning snow for a bigger move. But yeah, the reason I use EMAs is because it takes more weight on the most current candles instead of price. Yep, ALPS is on my radar, but it's not tight. But yeah, definitely is. I was looking at it this morning. Problem is, it's not tight. Could use a few more days. I do like the higher lows. I do like it's pretty clean and linear. But I'll pass for now. I'd rather own TTD for some reason. Don't ask me why. This is another one. Just gotta size properly, that's all. But yeah, if I'm sitting there waiting for snow to give me a traditional breakout, guys, in this market, they're just not working that well. Low cheats and undercut rallies have been working way better in this market. And, the market's, I don't know who said this, but the market's guilty until proven innocent. It needs to prove to me that, those setups are working. It needs to prove to me breakouts and EPs are working. Otherwise, and they haven't been. Fucking CALX, man. Yeah, there you go. Brian Shannon says it. Bitcoin, huh? Bitcoin pushing up over that level I had marked out. I guess that makes sense as to why Mara's looking. I wouldn't use the word strong, but there's money flowing into the market, that's for sure. Hopefully my Kamiko can get its shit together here. Hopefully. And I'd like to add into this name too. I'd like this to be like probably the biggest position that I've in my career. Don't ask me why, I just like Kamiko. They're the best in the uranium space. They're the only ones liquid enough for institutions. So if institutions are going to come for any name at all, it'll be this one. And that's exactly why I want to have a stupid dummy size position in this thing. And it's exactly why I didn't trim any up here. And again, hindsight's 2020. I wish I would have. I was up awesome on it, but I got stubborn. And stubbornness does not pay either. But I have a thesis. Yeah, I like Brian Shannon too, by the way. I forgot it was him who said that. I forgot it was him who said that, but I have tons of respect for him. He's I learned, using time frame confluence from him. I kind of already knew about that on my own, but he just reconfirmed what I already believed. TTD, come on, baby. LNG's a fucking monster. Yeah, Brian's awesome. And that's how when you're a no nonsense kind of guy, it's how you end up trading in the market for 25 and 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. He doesn't argue with price. This is another one that I want to own, Amazon. If market's going to rally, Amazon's going to go up as well. Besides, it could potentially be just respecting this trend line. It's not coming back to its lows. It's a higher low on the daily. I know it's underneath all moving averages, but like I said, it's a very rare instance that I want to own stocks that are underneath their moving averages, and it's usually, the leading names that I believe in the market. like if I can ever get myself situated in anything, it's gonna be the Teslas and the Apples and you know, the Googles and the Amazons of the world. They're the only ones that I give exception to. We'll see what TTD starts to do today. Just hit my alert. We'll see.
DV's going crazy.
Which one?
That one you said, DV?
Yeah, DV's awesome, dude. Double verify. It's nice. I'm waiting for it to hit my alert over 28, and I'm probably going to take a little piece into this one too. Just tiny size, though. Like, tiny. I just want to own it because their fundamentals are great. And again, market just saw 52-week lows, and this thing, it saw its lows in May. People got to remember, future leaders bottom before the general markets do. And this thing put in its bottom in May. And here we are in October, and, this thing's over the 200. It's fucking awesome. It's perfect, in my opinion, and their fundamentals are great. So I already looked them up. They're perfect. It's exactly what you want to see. CELH could have been one too, but it was a pass. I'm just gonna wait on TTD here for a second. I'm gonna wait on Amazon for a second. Those might be a few more that I add, but I'm not getting aggressive into anything, guys. My expectation is this: oversold rally, and I don't know how long it lasts for. And I have to size small until the market proves to me that it's willing to work, and I could start getting more and more aggressive into things that are working, or as I have positions that are showing up and doing their thing. Like if snow ends up working for the next couple days, like that'll start to give me confidence that hey, market's turning back up. If we get a follow through day, even better in a couple days, sometime next week would be even better. Yeah, snow looks cool. Yeah, Amazon and TTD are the other two that I may consider today. I won't get aggressive into opening up fucking dozens of positions, but it's just how you end up, getting stopped out quickly. It's crazy. Look at Twitter, dude. TWTR. I know. I won't touch it because literally I don't know what it means if Elon doesn't take over,
R zone.
or what it means if he does. Like I would rather avoid it just for that reason alone, literally. But dude, RXDX, dude. Man, man, oh man. PDD too. One of these days. PDD and EDU, both of them. They're acting better than the rest. How's this one look? Lee. Okay. XPEV. Oh my goodness. Neo. Oh my goodness. FXI. Baba. Oh wait, what? FXI new 52-week lows. Oh shit. Wow. That's it's not what you want to see at all. China names will be a total pass actually. Well, Baba's turning up actually, so I don't know, man. I don't know. K-Web. God, FXI new 52-week lows though. That's fucking horrible to see. Yikes. Fucking yikes. Wow. Suave, yeah, Suave's. Again, ask yourself, guys, is this an egg or a tennis ball? Egg or a tennis ball? And remember, we talk about this. You want to focus on tennis balls. It's not perfect just yet, but it's a tennis ball. Right back up above the 1020. Undercut everything, undercut the base. I mean, it's in the right sector. Suave's not just some random ass sector. It's in the medical sector, I believe. Almost 1,000 medical devices. So it's in the right industry group. But yeah, no position on Suave just yet. For me. Not to say that, it can't go on to work, but no position at all. Another one too, Verve. Verve just needs a tiny bit more time. But Verve's maybe starting to set up too really cleanly. Not yet. STNG too. Couple more days. This thing's just been a fucking machine. Netflix as well. I mean, there's definitely plenty of names I've got interest in. That's for sure. FSLR another. Becky, this thing's not going away, dude. Every time I go through my scans, this fucking thing's on it. Palantir refusing to break its May lows. That's always nice to see. Good for, shit stock growth companies. OVV, does this end up being an egg or a tennis ball? If this thing, is a tennis ball, we might have a quick, nice setup here soon with OVV. Again, is OVV in an uptrend or a downtrend? Bigger time frame says up. So we'll see if this thing ends up being a tennis ball. Nothing to do in it for now. 5 Below, isn't this some discount store? Who knows? Pins looking okay too. This is one of these weird names that I don't know. I like the linearity in the chart, but dude, tons of overhead, so just a pass. BTU, another one that I'd like to own, but I just need it to set up. Maybe a little pullback a day or two, and then sets up perfectly, gives us a tight entry. BTU looks perfect. Here's your flagpole, and now we get our, flag. Got the flagpole. First part's done. Here's this pharmaceutical company, man. Right? PRTA, isn't that what they are? Not sure. Let's see. Yeah, biotech. Scans are littered with these bio names, man. Bio, pharma, medical devices, APLS, another pharmaceutical, Lilly, I mean, it's not very difficult to figure out where money's going if you're scanning. Look at ISEE, another one, another bio name. It's exactly why we scan, so we know exactly where money's going. Look at AKRO. Holy I guess these setups do work, huh? Somebody else brought one of these up earlier that looked similar to this. I guess they are working, especially if they're in the right sector. It's too thin, but damn. Under 1 million shares, and then goes on to make a nice ass move. 3 to 5 day momentum burst. Here's day 3. Trim a piece. Trail the rest on the 10. Very nice. Acro. Blue, another bio company. Wow. How's BFLY looking? I think this is another one. That needs a little time. Fuck, man, this Dino stopped me out. And it's looking better.
Holly.
ABOS, another pharmaceutical company, made a massive move. PBF. Some of these energy names look great. This GitLab's another one that I'd like to own too. Increased sales quarter over quarter for the last 8 quarters or some shit like that. Or however many quarters. Yeah, REGN, another one. CRSP, another one that's starting to set up possibly. Yeah, REGN's awesome. Same kind of setup, but just, $700 instead. Incredibly liquid. It's already traded $100 million. That's what you want to see. Hanging out right near all-time highs. Like next to nothing in terms of overhead. TTD and Amazon, about the only 2 others that I might consider buying today. Well, PCTY as well, but it's got to get over yesterday's high. 250, basically. But yeah, guys, the medical names, I've literally just scanned enough for you guys to be able to see shit. CALX too. Holy fuck, man. It's a software company, though. It's kind of in a random sector right now. ASND. Yeah, another one that hit our radar was SNDX this morning. Another pharmaceutical company. Gold's bouncing today. Interesting. A no touch for me on all those names. GLNG, another one I wouldn't mind owning. Their fundamentals are really solid too. Really, really solid. I mean, there's definitely things out there setting up. TTD again. And here's the thing. If these things have a nice setup and then they're starting to, go before the market puts in a follow-through day, if the market does end up doing an oversold rally and then Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday next week starts to give what's called a follow-through day, these are going to be way above your average by the time that follow-through day comes. So that's why, I'm trying to be proactive in making sure I'm situated in a few of these things, but I'm happy to add to my positions in a follow-through day. Happy to do it, But we'll see if this thing's just going to reject these little tops here. Then, for now, we'll see. It'll be a pass, but it looks okay. But yeah, when the market gives a follow-through day, these things could be way above your average. And seeing something like CALX work, that's a software name. I'm pretty sure TTD's kind of in that same. They're like a tech company, I believe. Yeah, software as well. So seeing CALX, can give you some kind of confidence that that TTD can also go ahead and work. Both software companies. And yeah, REGN has the exact same setup, but again, guys, don't think about it in terms of volume so much. Think about it in terms of dollar volume, right? That's what you guys really need to be thinking about it in dollar volume. I mean, this thing's traded $100 million already. All right, and the day just got started. I mean, this thing's gonna trade at over a half a billion. You know, way super liquid for me. Cause how much of a $700 stock can I buy anyway? I mean, seriously, you know, 250 shares maybe. You know, at most. So you know, I'll have no effect in a stock if I buy and sell 250 shares in the same day and it trades, you know, 500,000 shares in a day. You know, I'm like a little blip to the overall volume on the day. You know, I just remember I don't want to have an effect on the stock. So, like thin doesn't mean, you know, sometimes low volume. Thin means low dollar volume, right? That's what thin really means. So when someone says, "Oh, something's thin," you know, a 50-cent stock trading 5 million shares on the day, that's thin. You know, it could trade 5 million shares all at once. And then, you know, REGN could trade 100,000 shares and it literally just traded whatever, 10x or 100x of whatever this $2 stock just did. And one traded 5 million shares and one trades 100,000 shares. So, you know, don't look at thin like you think, you know, look at it in terms of dollar volume, right? How much effect could you have in the stock by buying and selling, you know? In a $2 stock, if it trades, you know, 5 million shares in the day, but I have to buy, you know, 60,000 shares or 80,000 shares to get the position I want, and then if I'm wrong, another 80,000 for the exit, you know, yeah, 160,000 shares in and out when it only trades 5 million on the day is a way bigger percent than me buying, you know, 250 shares, you know, and then selling 250 shares when it trades 400,000 shares a day. You know, that 500 shares compared to the half million is such a small little blip in comparison. So dollar volume is way, 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 way more important. When I say something's thin, that's what I mean. I mean in terms of dollar volume, not actual volume traded. Something to remember.
beans,
Man, what a day for this fucking Mara, huh? Just heading vertical today. back over 20,000. Makes sense why these are moving. We'll see. I just took a tiny little starter in this thing too. Happy to add later, if the market's going to give a follow through day later next week.
Seco.
Okay. Snow looks good. Man, we don't want to see treasuries going down. Yep. Was waiting for you to hit Amazon. Okay. Well, I own the names I wanted to own today. We'll see how they end up panning out. We'll see how they end up panning out. Tiny, tiny starters, really. Nothing massive, especially in this Amazon. You know, but I do want to own, these great companies if they ever give me any kind of a setup to get in. And I don't know if, I don't know how they'll react, honestly. Market pulls back and fails, this will fail too. So will Snow, so will TTD. They'll all fail if the market really fails. But we'll see. Best you can do is just make sure you're sized in properly. It's the most you can do. On level two, when there is a large order, say of 1,000 on the buy and on the sell, but far from the current price. Yeah, I don't. I'm not exactly sure, to be totally honest with you. It's tough to answer that one. My main thing is, as something approaches a key level for me, I really just want to see volume begin to ramp through that level. That's all I really care about seeing. That's it. You'll, as you learn to read tape, you'll learn to spot order flow, and you'll understand, like, hey, this thing's ripping higher. It's got good order flow coming in, meaning like there's more green prints. Or sometimes I like seeing people buying on the ask, right? It means people are just taking the current offer off the table, and that's always nice to see. Or paying above the offer. That's always nice to see. So like people have limit orders, and they have them like with a spread. So they'll say like whatever the current offer is, they're willing to take up to 5 cents over or something. And so when you're reading your level two, it comes in as a different colored print. Uh, either below the offer or above the offer, or sorry, below the bid, or above the offer. And that's really just something that I, will look at. I like to see people buying above the offer. It just means people are trying to get in. Wow, I have some alerts triggering today.
PPCV.
See what this one's looking like. Any particular source recommendation? Yeah, so go on YouTube and watch any videos you can get your hands on from the fellas at SMB Capital. They're all day traders, and they talk about the tape all the time. And yeah, I mean, I learned tape reading from my day trading days. So, but really, it doesn't matter when you've got multi-day plans for it, right? At that point, I just use moving averages. But the only real time I care about the tape is right at the moment of confluence, like right at the moment that you'd really want to buy something. Holy cow, man, my alerts are triggering. DV, huh? God, this thing's just so fucking thin. Snow looks good. Looks like it might have been a pretty good scoop down there. Looks like it might have been a pretty good scoop. TTD as well, maybe. I have no idea. DV's really thin, so I took like a 20% position here. I don't want to get aggressive. Besides, I feel like I'm opening up a couple of too many positions today. I feel like I'm opening up quite a bit. And I don't want to get fully invested today. I'd rather be fully invested on a follow through day. So I'll own these positions and then I'll judge my own positions later, and those might be the positions I want to add to more, right? The names I already own. Because they'd be working for me, right? They're doing kind of what I'd be expecting. And if the market does an oversold rally and then a follow through day, a lot of these charts can have, great charts. This is another one I'm trying to get situated in here if it ends up pushing. But we'll see. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I don't want Netflix really until above 250, 248, 247. And I won't buy it today either. Not yet. Next week. Maybe. I'd rather put my money to work in TTD, something that's, above all moving averages, or, Amazon's, again, a very, very rare exception that I want to own things that are in a downtrend. But, you know, again, if the market begins to bounce and this isn't going to go revisit its June lows, and then the market gives a nice little rally, this could give a move back up to the 200, and then we'll just kind of reevaluate. I won't add to it right now at all. But I took a decent little position. My risk is kind of small here. Risking $3 on this name. Man, what a fucking move by Mara. Seriously. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. This one's a bit thin too, but damn, it's nice. Smaller account, for anybody, I can't take this at all, but anybody with a smaller account, IRDM is pretty dang nice too. IRDM's beauty. Something like this you can own if you're willing to risk off of like that low pivot, which I might be actually. I might be willing to do that. $2.5. $2.5. $500,000 shares at $45. 25 million. I mean, it's like barely meets the requirement here. I mean, barely meets the requirement. This is a Thinkorswim from TD Ameritrade. on PCTY. Reset an alert, see if it hits. CALX, man, what a fucking move. I just never thought it was perfect enough. I didn't think it was perfect. CELH, another. I didn't think it was perfect through this little neckline. I didn't like it enough. DV was fine. Snow's fine. TTD's fine. Even Amazon's fine.
GGII.
Yeah, I like that Wolf's finding support on the rising 50. That's
PR.
really nice to see. Suave is just doing exactly what a tennis ball should, honestly. Okay, well, let me try something here. I usually don't do this Minervini style kind of thing. Like most times, I like my stop at low of day. But I feel like in this situation, because it's as thin as it is, you know, I'm gonna use that last low pivot at 43. So, you know, we'll see. I feel like I'm getting a little aggressive here with opening up exposure, but I'm still of the mindset that we are due for an oversold rally
NJ.
in my mind. So if I get that, you know, I should be bright green on all of these in a handful of days, and then I can kind of reevaluate what I might want to add to, what I should trim, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But like something like this, I'm not taking full size positions in IRDM or TTD or Snow. You know, they're like Snow was actually almost a full size position, but TTD was like a third size. You know, DV was a third size. Amazon was a half size. You know, IRDM's a 20% position, like 20% of what I'd of a full position. So if I wanted to own, you know, call it $200,000 worth, well, you know, I took 20% of that. So literally nothing, and you know, the risk to equity is like 0.1% of equity. Only because I feel like I'm getting a bit aggressive in opening up this many positions right now. I probably shouldn't be, but you know, again, I'm still of the mindset that our market is due for an oversold rally, and IRDM is bucking market trend. You know, it doesn't give a shit what the market's doing right now. It really doesn't. It's in its own little planet. So I don't know. It is a touch thin, but I've got like no size at all. So, and I'm widening up my stop. I'm really gonna give it a chance to work below this low pivot. 43 below 43. You know, a 0.1% equity loss. So absolutely nothing to stress about. You know, a trade like Lily pays for a trade like IRDM, you know, 200 times over. And it's so that's why, you know, one of the if anybody was listening first thing in the morning, you know, it's like a pilot position, like such a small pilot position, and then if it begins to work, then you know, great. If it doesn't, then you eat this world's smallest loss. You know, it's like having a 100K portfolio and losing $100. But so far, so good. I mean, really, if this market bounces, you know, we might have been in the right spots with a few of these. CCJ looking good too. Hopefully, it'll close above this 20 man. You know, and it, just that quickly, you can go from owning 2 positions to owning, you know, 8 positions, 7, actually. But oh, why my shit's freezing up here?
GSUN.
You know, and oftentimes I just want to add to what I already own. You know, probably the last one I would even consider is PCTY. PCTY would be the only one. Last one, I guess, that I had on watch that I would want to have.
REBB.
But
BBROFS.
everything here is you know, with 20% to 50% positions, and man, my shit's lagging. What the hell's going on here? But you know, I'm staying super nimble because our market's in a downtrend. You know, again, my only thesis is that we're due for a rally. You know, that's my only thesis. My thesis is not that this is a fresh new bull market. So, you know, everything I do is going to be with tiny size until the market proves itself to me. You know, or if I have really tight risk on entry, then you know I'll take a full position. Like Lily was a full position. It was small because my risk was small and it's expensive, but you know, it's in essence a full position.
PPCB.
And again, I'm opening all of these with the expectation that it's a bad market and I probably will get stopped out of everything. And if I did, I got to be able to live with that, right? So my sizing's really important, but you know, these names are some of these names, I guess with the exception of Amazon that I just bought are acting well lately. You know, but I do want to own something like Amazon. I just it's tough to get situated in these things, guys. Regular breakouts aren't working, so finding some alternate methods sometimes is the only way. It's the only way, but sizing eliminates a lot of the headache. If I had to restart with a small account, I mean, here's the thing, man. I day traded in the hottest market pretty much ever. So, you know, growing an account the way I did, when sympathy plays were working like none other, when, you know, it's not, you're not going to have that kind of same percent account growth per se. But here's the thing about swinging. I wish I would have learned swinging right away because, you know, well, I don't know. I mean, again, I did the best I could in the market I was in, um, but now, it's like about learning how to get all your money to work plus leverage. So if you have like a, 20K, 30, 40K account, whatever, you can actually get your money plus leverage to work, so you could really have 80,000, $100,000 working for you. So, I mean, I don't know, man. That's a catch 22 question because I did so well day trading. You're asking the wrong guy. I literally did turn nothing into a lot, and it's not very common. So, but really, and it's not like I was stressed when I was day trading because I was day trading well, and we were in such a hot market, and you can get away with just like buying a dip, loading up on huge size, and then selling a pop, and just doing that shit over and over and over and over and over and over, and just like scale up doing it because like things were super liquid. But you guys probably hear me saying this now, like, man, think this is a liquid, this is a liquid, this is a, and that's the real problem right now is there's not a ton of liquidity in the market. So, again, it's tough, man. That's a tough question to answer. I wish I could give you a better answer, but I'll tell you this. Once you learn how to do 50% on your portfolio, you know, and you can compound that and do 50% a year, I mean, you'll be rich in no time anyway, so it doesn't matter.
MDGS.
It's all about learning how to limit your drawdown and then, compound the gains in good times. And swinging can do just that for you too.
Mac.
But I actually feel pretty dang good about the positions I opened today. I'm not going to lie. If our market does what I suspect it should, which is an oversold rally, and this one could be very vicious, stocks like TTD and Snow are going higher. DV as well, Amazon as well. I mean, everything I just bought will go higher if the market does what I expect it to. But again, I also expect that I'll get stopped out of everything. So I'm sized well into all my positions. The only one I'm not sized well into is CCJ. I've got a much bigger than normal position because I want this. I want this thing to be a, you know, I want this thing to be a big trade. There's no reason this can't be close to a, you know, I don't know, a couple $100,000 winner realistically, which would be insane. But I truly believe that's what's coming. I've had a thesis on uranium for forever. I think it's going to be, one of the biggest commodity bull runs we've seen in for forever. But I could easily be wrong. And again, I got stubborn and I held this move down too like a total jackass. And then I got caught in the gap down. So I gave up all my gains on it. And, I was up six figures on it and I gave it all back. So definitely not fun, but that's trading. If it were fun, everybody'd be doing it. But I definitely did not enjoy watching 150K go back. FSLR, dude. I might fuck around and buy this one too, next week. I just need one tight day. One tight day at this point. Now, we've gotten 3 tight weeks in a row. And, fuck, I don't know, man. Actually, this thing might just need a little bit more time. But damn, this move is something special still. Don't know that I love it just yet. Can't say I do.
ATMP.
Yeah, Netflix is another one I'd like to own. It's crazy. If this market begins to work, I mean, I'm going to have 20 positions open again in a second. Bob, a nice push. What's that mean for EDU? Nothing. PDD? Yeah, PDD's starting to look better too, man. Who knows? I might actually just wait on PDD a couple weeks. I want to see like FXI and KWeb start to move up, and PDD over 72 might still be my area of interest. I don't know that I would take a low cheat on this one. Maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't, but I don't see a clean supply level just yet. Yeah, I don't see it.
CFRX. CFRX.
And this one's not hitting. Weird. I thought this one would start to push out a little bit better today. Nice tight day yesterday, right above the 10 and the 20. You know, really, if this starts to get over 250, that's where I'll have my interest. Over the trend line, even more interest. You know, could be a nice little add over 250, and then maybe a little add some more over 254-ish. Even another little add over 257. And just average up into your winner, into something that's working. But I like how it essentially built higher lows here. You know, held the 50. You know, those are higher lows. You know, held the 50. Bounced back up. It's now holding the 1020, getting nice and tight. Already in an uptrend. You know, flagging out pretty nice. We're going to wait on this one too, because I'd like to own PCTY. Good fundamentals as well. EMPH, nice. Holding the 50. Boy. Some of these solars too. How's Array look? Haven't looked at that one in days. CSIQ. You know, these could all be really nice for later too. Couple more, another week maybe. Another week and I might be really interested in these solars again. Man, this APLS, huh? Just go sideways for one tight day. An inside bar would be awesome before it breaks out. CALX, you fucker. CALX never really set up properly for me. NBIX, wow. Right back. I've got interest in NBIX over that 108.5 too. Nice little chart, man. Nice little flag. Tennis ball action. It's perfect. Oh man, if EDU, I say this all the time. If EDU closes like this, an inside bar this tight, it would be a top watch come into Monday. Absolutely would be a top watch going into Monday. If it closed like this, if the candlestick looks like this when I scan for it tonight, I will be fully prepared on Monday for EDU. RXDX, what a fucking comeback. Wow. It caught my attention down here at like 52s, I think, as it was like starting to turn back up. I had an alert, I think, down here, and that's why I saw it. And, you know, $10 move in a couple days. Fucking A.
WINR.
Really, the only other name that I've kind of had on my radar today was
WINR.
PCTY. So, if that one doesn't trigger, then that should probably be it for me realistically. This MBIX, boy, what the fuck?
WINR. WINR.
But there's nothing else to do. All these positions, all these new commitments are all small positions. Every single one of them. And I didn't get too aggressive on anything. I guess I got a little bit more aggressive on DV than I really wanted, and it's thin, but
WINR.
I guess it trades like 30 million shares a day, or $30 million a day. It's just like, it's kind of thin actually, but I'm already there. This LNG, dude, what in the actual fuck? Another one. Oxy with the undercut rally set up today. Just perfect. Barely undercut yesterday's low and wicked right back up. Smaller time frame probably looked good for that. Yes, it did. Another name I've been wanting to get myself resituated in. I didn't take the undercut rally setup down here on Monday, unfortunately. So I'm still kind of stuck scratching my head trying to figure out how and when I'm going to get involved in, some of these energy names. Because, if LNG's not telling you exactly where money's still going, then it's still going to these energy names. Actually, I'm curious how Pioneer looks. Wow, that's surprising. Pioneer, PXD, has the best yield in the entire stock market. Literally, has the best yield in the entire stock market. They got enough money to do the most amount of buybacks and pay the best dividends in the entire market. That's how much money they make. Pioneer. And boy, that's a setup right there. Nice downtrend break. Just absolutely textbook. Just absolutely textbook. Can't ask for anything nicer than that. You really can't. That breaks the range and it's gone. Come on, APLS, just fail. Tighten up, please. Yeah, you too, North. Have a good one, brother. Be safe out there. Don't do anything crazy. Nice of you that you're able to open up a few positions and are green. Like I said, there's absolutely no reason to get aggressive out here. I'm still operating under the assumption that everything I bought is going to fail. And I'll be comfortable with that. With all these new positions, I'd probably take like a 1% portfolio loss, and I'm good with that. You have to operate under that assumption. But if things begin to work, that'd be nice, and then you'll know, like, hey, I'm in good names, they got good fundamentals, and I could add to them later in a healthier market that's giving a follow-through day. But until then, yeah, have a good weekend, brother.
JSPR.
That's not cool. Seeing Apple just 60-minute reject the 20. I mean, that just goes to show you how weak our bounces are around here. You know, and I don't want to get tricked into thinking that one up day is a new uptrend. Wow, LNG, man. How do I get situated into shit like this? There's no setup. Nothing. Not even a dip buy, not a clean pivot, not a neckline, not fucking nothing. You know? Bought the weakness against 100. Yeah, I don't know about that, but that could have been an option.
PTNYF.
But I don't know. I really don't know how else you get situated in something like this, man.
JSPR. METX. TLRS.
I know. Yeah, you know what's crazy is went over this one. Like we looked at it, it was like down here, and we looked at it, and I was just like, I'd like to see the 20 catch up. That probably sounds like something I'd say. And then seeing how well it worked, yeah. Problem is the volume. $20 stock trading 400,000 shares a day, but that's not to say it didn't have a nice chart. That is not to say it didn't have a nice chart, 'cause it definitely did. And yeah, biotech, so it's the market's telling us exactly where money's going, by scanning. Yeah, nothing's really breaking out, quote unquote, right now. Yeah, sizing's gonna cure 99% of our problems. Sizing improperly, and again, you know, you can get more aggressive. You really can, but it has to be in a healthy market. You can't get aggressive in this shit show. I'm out here taking 1/5 of the size of a normal position. So, you know, typically my positions are right around 200 grand, sometimes more, and sometimes I get more aggressive, like way more aggressive. Like, I'll do a 2, 3, 4x position depending on how expensive the stock is and what my stop on it is. But, we can get more aggressive. It just has to be in a better market. It can't be in a shit show like this. And I'll have wanted to see, multiple things working. I want to see names that, break little necklines, and names that break out, and names that, have nice charts. I want to look back and be like, oh yeah, wow, that worked out well, or damn, I wish I would have gotten more size, and I want to say that 5, 10 times before, and see the market in an uptrend before I start like getting more aggressive. I don't want to just randomly get aggressive. I want to do it in the absolute best situation that we can do it in, which is, in the right sector. How's XLE looking, man? Yeah, XLE's acting better too. We'll see. Maybe next week some Netflix, maybe some PCTY. Who knows? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe EMPH will finish setting up for a little low cheat setup next week. Um, maybe this CPRX will finish setting up. This thing's nice and liquid, kind of enough at least. CELH another. These things just need a little bit more time. And again, not only do they need a little bit more time, our market needs to shape up, and this looks like crap. This looks like absolute shit. So, if this thing isn't going to bounce, sooner rather than later, we're going to have some real panic flush. Real panic. And that would be great, because, all these names that are like APLS that are still holding up well up above all their moving averages, you get a panic flush, and APLS just comes right back down to its, ascending 10 and 20. Imagine when the market pressure releases. These pharmaceutical companies, if they're looking this good now and the market looks like shit and the market capitulates, these things pull back, right? But they probably don't die. That's why my belief is that, these bio and pharmas and healthcare names could very well be where the next bull market comes from. And again, if FSLR and all the other names that we were looking at finish setting up. What was the other one? I don't remember. What was the other solo name? MAXN and stuff like that. MAXN. Yeah, like something like MAXN and FSLR and EMPH, they can all just finish setting up really nicely, despite the market looking like crap. And then that's all we really want to see. Yeah, EMPH, MAXN, FSLR. Really the three best looking names right now. MAXN, he's even acting better than EMPH. But EMPH, it's obviously a leader. This thing made a big move and hasn't really, it's just building out a new base. Building out a new base with, support down at 273. So I don't know.
Smud.
But I don't really see like a low cheat entry just yet. I don't see anything clean.
Smud.
Yeah, TAN's the ETF. TAN looks like crap though. TAN looks like shit. But I don't know. Honestly, I don't want to talk too early because XBI doesn't look that great either. Looks a little bit better, but you got all these biotechs looking great, and XBI just it's not looking that amazing. The 200's still in a downtrend. Yeah, this court looked pretty good too the other day. Just thin. CALX, CAH, APLS, man, fucking APLS. This thing looks like it might just go. It doesn't know about the market right now. Has no idea the market's under pressure. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm just kind of basing it on what my eyeballs see, in terms of the market, and this is too much, too fast. But I don't like seeing it consolidate down here because it's just giving these moving averages a chance to, catch up. So it doesn't look great, man. It looks like, we could probably get a fat washout here underneath these levels. Another 8 or a 10% move down would be fucking life changing. What comes after that would be unbelievable because then at that point, you would be 30% down basically from all-time highs, and that's a lot for the market, man. It's a discounting mechanism for sure, but that would be a hell of a discount. Yeah, I did. I took a very tiny starters in TTD, and it's not working. But my stop is, low a day. I took some snow. That one so far is working. Pretty much over that little 175 neckline, but it's barely working. I took LLY a few days ago. That's working. I took RIDM, essentially flat. I took DV. That's not looking the best, but stops at low day. I took Amazon right over yesterday's high, and I'm barely red on it. And IRDM, my stop's not low of day, it's 43. So I've got a tiny bit, a fifth of the size that I'd normally want to own on anything. And that's pretty much how I'm treating it. Yeah, RXDX was nice. RXDX, I kind of realized its strength a few days ago, like down here. And I was like, RXDX is looking pretty good. And I just, it never really gave a really tight day, and it's gone. And RXDX is in the same sector as AKRO, so don't be yeah. And HLIT, I don't know what HLIT does. Oh wow, Harmonic. Oh yeah, they're a bio name as well. New 52-week highs. Yeah, some of these names are acting incredible, and it doesn't take a genius to figure out where money's going. I mean, we've been scanning all morning, and it's nothing but bio names. Literally, it's nothing but bio names that are showing the best strength. Even something like Suave, that whole industry's showing nice relative strength. But yeah, I opened up a few, probably more than I should have, but everything I did was on absolutely tiny size today. So again, guys, I won't get aggressive at all until our market's in a healthy uptrend or until it's an absolutely perfect setup. Then I'll just treat it, like I would anything else. But yeah, I'm not gonna get aggressive out here. Not a chance. I'm operating under the assumption that everything I'm buying will fail. So why? Because we're in a crap market.
Can.
But yeah, again, I'm really yeah. FSLR looks nice for next week. But again, I'm operating under the assumption that our market should bounce for an oversold rally, but clearly the market is not cooperating with my thesis. So I'm not going to get stubborn, guys. I'm not going to, just start going, full 10% portfolio positions in everything I open. I like to use, and I learned this from Mark Minervini, and I suggest a lot of you guys learn about progressive exposure, right? And I would rather take instead of me taking a 200K position, in which is like my normal position size in something like Amazon, and then just eating a loss after loss after loss. I would rather do a fifth of the size, and then just be wrong and take that tiny little loss. So consider them like pilot positions, little tiny pilot positions. Something like Snow's actually acting pretty good for right now. It's actually looking pretty strong. Got up above the 200 on the 60 minute, and now just holding it pretty well. Bouncing right off of it. Again, it's early. Next hourly candle could start to fail, but again, everything's dependent upon our market. And right now we're in a shit market, guys. I mean, we absolutely are in a shit market. So I'm not gonna try to get aggressive over here. There's just no reason for it. The market will prove to me that things are going to legitimately work and go higher, and then I'll get aggressive, opening up more exposure or adding to my positions that I have open. Like I believe, IRDM's a nice setup, right? But if it pushes out higher and then flattens out a little bit more and our market's healthy, I would add. I'll add over 46 or 47 bucks, as it takes out these tops. But for now, I'm not going to you know, go full position down here when the market's this terrible just to get stopped out full size. Not happening. I'll take a fifth size into a chart that I think is nice or whatever. And again, I'm still operating under the assumption that we should bounce. And if our market does that, a lot of the names that I bought will go higher. If the market doesn't bounce, then, I expect to be stopped out of everything I just bought. And if I'm operating under the assumption I'm going to be stopped out of everything I just bought, why would I have wanted to open up 4 positions full size? That would be, well, I don't have to tell you how stupid that would be because that would just be really stupid. I don't want to get stopped out of 10% portfolio positions. I don't mind building them up to that, but but yeah, you know, when the market bounces, I have not a clue. I'm hoping that whoever's running this show just washes us all out and we get this. I would love to be stopped out of all my positions, as stupid as that sounds, and the market just finally be done capitulating, and then what's left over, it's gonna work beautifully. What's left over at that point, stocks that are up here making new 52-week highs, while you know our stock market's making 52-week lows. you know that bodes well for a company like RXDX. Imagine if the market stops taking a dump. Fuck, RXDX will go to 90. Another 50% from here. Man, what a fucking move, too. But yeah, absolutely the last thing I want to do in this environment is get aggressive. We've talked about this, identifying, you know, nice strong names that have put in their low months ago, and that have a nice little setup or a nice little tight entry for you to take. All those are great. All those things are nice, but if the market doesn't agree, the market doesn't agree. And I really don't want to fight with it. I would rather just size down, and then if the names that I'm identifying are nice, they'll push out, and then they'll set up again for me to add, and make it a full size position on follow through day. And I wouldn't be red because my initial buys are nice and green, and then when I'm buying more into a healthy market, the expectation is, hey, these shares are gonna push out, and I'm just bringing up my average. I'm not bringing down my average into a loss. I'm bringing up my average into a winner. And that's a big difference. Not seeing green or not seeing red helps the psychology. Not seeing red really helps your psychology. But also getting involved and taking a tiny little piece, at least you're involved, right? And then I can kind of judge the market. I can judge the market for what it's worth. I can judge the market at that point, and I'm like, my positions are working well. This chart's, showing strength. It's above all moving averages. It's got good fundamentals. The market's looking better, and this is a nice little setup. And then I just add into that. No problem. Happy to do it. But yeah, again, the operating under the assumption that everything's gonna fail, and by the way, even when the market's healthy, I operate under the assumption it's gonna fail. I'm only right like 30% of the time, 40% of the time. Now here's the thing: a lot of times I see nice green, and then I move my stop up to break even, and then I take a lot of flat trades. So, that I also include that being wrong. But no harm, no foul, kind of wrong. You know, not a monetary loss, kind of wrong, and that's good too. But you know what? This market's oversold, and finding names that are holding up above moving averages when the market's oversold is about the best thing you can do. You're finding relative strength. And again, it's like finding relative weakness. If the market's just ripping higher and your stock isn't that you're looking at is not really doing anything, yeah, what do you think it's going to do when the market starts to pull back? That stock's going to die. So it's the same kind of deal. Looking for relative strength, looking for relative weakness. When I see names holding up as well as, RXDX, you know, I would have loved to have bought it down here, right, or above this little $53 mark, but I didn't, right, as it was pushing back up into its move. I didn't, and then the market's just literally been sitting here seeing new 52-week lows, and RXDX is seeing new 52-week highs. You know, They're literally going opposites of each other. But yeah, I don't want to predict. Yes, yes, I have executed. I just went over it. TTD, Snow, IRDM, DV, and Amazon. I opened up 5 new positions today, but everything is a super tiny position. Been doing it on small size.
BTNYF.
I bought Amazon over yesterday's high. I bought TTD over yesterday's high. I bought Snow over 175. I bought IRDM, you know, right exactly where we're at right now, and DV over 28. And again, I have no idea what sticks or what doesn't, but with the exception of Amazon, uh, everything's a 1/5 position size. Snow's actually a little bit bigger than 1/5 as well. It's like a 30% position size. Yeah, but Suave, where was the edge? Where was your edge? You know, 5 green days in a row, and you want to buy that? Can't do it, right? But now it's proven to you it wants to get back into the range, and it's got this pretty nice little neckline right around 294. So if it can just tighten up right underneath that, then we'll have more edge. Then we'll have more edge. But I'm not going to buy something, hoping for a 6th green day in a row. You know, it's tough to limit risk like that. And it's the only thing that crosses my mind when I take trades. How can I limit my risk? It's really the only thing I care about. Yeah, I mean, it would just be tough. It's again 5 green days in a row, and you want to buy it for a 6th? No way. And this isn't a wedge, by the way. This is not a wedge at all. This is an ascending channel. This is all that is. That's not that's an ascending channel, and I definitely don't want to buy one for a 6th green day in a row. A wedge looks like this, like a wedge of cheese. That's what a wedge looks like. That's what I want to see. Or I want to see a channel like that, or I want to see a, you know, something like this, flat and then up. Right? Those are the only 3 chart patterns I care about. Everything else is, I do not mess with ascending wedges or ascending channels. All right? Price needs to flatten out. And like I said, 5 green days in a row, you're going to hope for a 6th, because that's exactly what you'd be doing. You'd be hoping for a 6th. And again, it's going higher in a crap market. That's good. It's showing you it's got potential and big potential. And big potential. This thing's setting up really nice too, man. This VRTX really nicely. Yeah, Acro got follow through. I believe so too. I believe Snow's a potential future leader, and that's exactly why I'm trying to get situated in it. But I didn't take aggressive position here. I did not take an aggressive position. I will look to add later in a healthier market, but I have about a half size position of what I'd like to own. It's a $7 risk right now, so I am, I was very weary about that, but dollar wise, it's about a half size position that I'd like to own. And in this market, I don't want any more. Mm-hmm. Da, 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 da. the lithium name's doing? LTHM looks okay. They just need some time. But honestly, they're not that bad. They just need some time. Do 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 do. Cool, Mog, you liked your tweet? What'd you say? Yeah, wheat. How's wheat looking? Yeah. Yeah, wheat just is also in an ascending channel. I'd just like to see price flatten out. Oh, dude, I did see that tweet. It was like some Hispanic guy with a sombrero on dancing with a crazy mustache. Looked exactly like an older version of Q. That was funny. I didn't know who posted that, but that was funny.
OBTC.
Well, nothing very exciting happening here. We'll see how things close. Yeah, nothing exciting happening yet with these positions. Yeah, I had BJ on watch. It was nice to see it hold the 50. And now it just needs to tighten up some. But, is this chart in an uptrend or a downtrend? Right? It's in an uptrend. And it's above moving averages. And it's not me holding it up. It's people with big money. People with the billions. People with the bees.
GSMGW. CRXTQ. GSMGW. LGF. EIPI. AG10S. AG10S. AG9S.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, right? The indexes are flat, and you got names like RXDX seeing 52-week highs. A name like CALX,
ALTG.
um, not quite 52-week highs, but yeah, some names are acting well. Some names are really acting well.
LLAP. FX.
Interesting. Another 75 basis points in November. That should be fun.
HYHDF.
That should be a joy. Well, hopefully until November we rally, huh? Well, guys, I'm probably going to be getting off here soon. I don't really see much else to do. I've opened up plenty positions. The only other one that I had on my radar was this PCTY. So, unless this thing, finds some support here and then turns up and hits my alert, it'd probably be the only other thing I touch, realistically. I would consider it, but again, it would be about a half size position. I'm not going to be taking full size out here. No need. Um, I don't know, man. I'm expecting a rally just from a pure technical standpoint. Oversold is oversold. Now, oversold from these kind of areas are also where ugly crashes happen. So, I'm going to be quick and nimble to exit my shit if it's not going to cooperate. And, I've got my stops in place, on everything I just bought, but nothing I'm, sized in overly aggressive. I'm not being aggressive in anything right now. I would rather just, oh, there we go, IRDM. So I'm just being, cautious, throwing, as they say, caution to the wind or whatever. So I'm just waiting, trying to be patient, waiting for nice setups, low cheat setups, undercut rally setups, which I haven't been doing a good job executing, but low cheat setups, undercut rally setups. And, when the market starts to prove to me that clean breakouts are working, which I still seem to be taking, although Snow's like an undercut, or it's a dip buy setup. TTD's kind of the same. IRDM's a breakout setup. Amazon's a, higher low daily setup. It's so, just trying to figure out alternate ways to get positioned into a few names you want to be in is important. And again, I'm still operating under the assumption that we bounce. I have no idea what next week brings, but I am prepared. If I gotta cut shit Monday morning quickly, I will. If not, and the market does begin to rebound, I'll at least have quarter or half size positions and things, which is nice. And then as they begin to work, and then when the market gives a follow through day, if it does, then I'll be ready to add on to some of the positions that I currently own. Maybe add back some Lily. Maybe add back some increased my position size in snow. Same with TTD, right? Like, I feel like I'm onto some good names, but it's all hindsight. And I don't want to take a big loss in this kind of environment because this is the kind of environment where big losses can happen. We're in a downtrending market. Again, and I'm still when I see a nice chart and the market looks like this, you have to pay attention to it because you know I mean, the second the market, like, CALX, when CALX is looking like this and the market's seeing new 52-week lows, this shit better catch your attention. Now, we didn't buy it, or I don't know if anybody did in here, but I didn't buy it. And then what does it end up doing? New, not 52-week highs, but new highs today. New 6-month highs, new 8-month highs, whatever. And, yeah, I mean, this is why we want to pay attention to things that are holding up really well.
CHMJF.
And I do want to be involved in a name like this, but I didn't see a perfect setup or something tight. Really, I didn't see anything tight. More important. So we'll see. Like I said, we might not get the oversold rally, and I'll have to stop out all this shit. Yeah, the M in canceling, the most important letter of all the letters in canceling. Literally. You know why? Because that letter M made everybody money in 2020 and 2021. It didn't matter if it was a 1-star setup or a textbook 5-star setup. Everybody made money because of that letter M. So imagine if you're looking for nice setups and you have a nice market, or if you understand a nice setup and you have a healthy market. I mean, guys, it's like picking up free money, literally. What you don't have to do is, get smoked in the meantime, which means just do nothing or do less or take smaller size. What do I think about the NRGV chart? I hope you're not being serious. I know this isn't your first time asking a question, Buddhist or Buddhas or whatever, but come on, man. Let's get it together. Please don't make me pull up bullshit charts like this, guys. Don't waste my time. Where on God's green earth do you guys, with the exception of Amazon, and Amazon is not, NRGV, but you guys don't see me looking at shit charts like this, do you? The charts that I'm looking at are above moving averages. With the, exception of snow, but snow's in a beautiful, higher low, higher low, higher low, respecting the trend line, little neckline. TTD put in its lows way back here, huge volume, finding support now. Things are getting tight. Dude, please, man. Don't make me Will Smith you through these screens. That's exactly why I'm going to give you shit whenever you bring stuff like this up, dude. Don't waste your fucking time. Seriously. And it could work, dude. It could work. It really can. But here's the thing. Go back and study DAC, okay? Here's NRGV. Okay? Here's DAC, okay? Look at DAC. I bring this shit chart up all the time. Here's your NRGV down here. You going to ask me if NRGV is good? This is what NRGV looks like to me. Like a total piece of shit. But guess what? It gets above its moving averages. It makes a nice move up. Starts to put in higher lows. Respects the rising 20. Puts in a really tight day. And then you buy it as it's coming out of that tight day. Okay? And then you end up buying at 1350. And it goes all the way to 100. Okay? So NRGV could work in 5 months. But right now, what the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck is this? I'm gonna give you hella shit, for stuff like that, dude. And anybody who brings crap names up like this in this room, we're here to make money, and you're not gonna make no money in a name like that. Literally, you're gonna make no money. Save yourself the headache, man. For real. And I say that because I like you, because you're here. And I appreciate you being here. Yeah, good. Gravity energy storage. What the fuck does that even mean? Are you trying to tell me you know something that institutions don't? Like, you're really trying to tell me you know something institutions don't? Just wait for the thing to get above moving averages. Like, look, okay, I would have not recommended RXDX up here. But then all of a sudden, it starts to build some higher lows. It starts to base out on the daily, right? I mean, that's a terrible trend line. But, it starts to build higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. And then what's it do? It gaps up over all of its moving averages. If you want to buy it on a gap up over all moving averages, okay, great. And I can't give you too much shit. And then what does it end up doing? It ends up going absolutely stupid. But at least wait until the thing is above its moving averages. Like, you're basically pretending you know something that multi-billion-dollar institutions don't. If NRGV was so good, institutions would be all fucking over it. And they're not. You know how I know they're not? Because it's not above their moving averages. It's not being accumulated, right? It's under distribution, right? Like Apple, it's not being accumulated right now. It's under distribution, right? It's had more sellers than buyers recently, hence the reason it's under all its moving averages. As much as I love Apple, I'm not buying Apple, right? I mean, at least Amazon went sideways for 5 days in a row. It refused to break lower, where Apple's just been, just kind of breaking down. At least Amazon kind of found a little dead spot and then just stopped, and then it's just been going sideways, and then even put in a little tight day yesterday, and refused to break lower. And you just draw a little simple trend line and it's holding it, just like snow, right? And you can go ahead and participate in some of these things that are at least building higher lows, but NRGV, no, 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 no. NRGV has no fundamentals where an institution would want to come in and take this higher. Absolutely none. And if that condition changes, it'll get up above the 200 and it'll set up perfectly for you down the road. And then you can talk about, gravity energy storage all you want. And then I'll be like, whoa, what the fuck is gravity energy storage, man? That sounds super futuristic. But for now, this just looks like a total piece of shit. And again, I like you enough to go into that depth with you, and give you a hard time, because I want to see you make tons of money, man. I don't want to see you struggle. And that's exactly what you're setting yourself up for. You're setting yourself up for hella struggles. Look at something like APLS once it's above all its moving averages. I mean, look at this thing, right? I'm not telling you to, you're going to tell me APLS looks good down here? Like, what do I think about APLS? I think it's a piece of shit. But now, I think it's fucking great. There's a difference, right? This thing's got absolutely no overhead. It's like $2-3 away from its all-time highs. There's not a sad investor in this thing. NRGV is full of nothing but pissed off people waiting to get the hell out. Excited, can't wait for this thing to uptick so they can leave. Is that really the name you want to own? You don't want to own any of that. Look at IRDM. It's finding support on the rising 50, basically puts in a little double bottom, back up above all moving averages. Nice tight day yesterday. Nice little clean descending trend line. I mean, much better. Much better. And I don't even know what the fuck they do. I really don't. I have no idea what they even do. I really can, and I could care less. Me and Minervini are the same in that sense too. We don't even know what companies do. But it doesn't even matter. I know what Celsius does. Makes me want to crack another Celsius.
FLWBF.
But again, I'm not coming down on you, bro. I'm just passionate about you making money, and you're giving yourself the hard road. Don't give yourself the hard road, man. Make your life easy. If it's above moving averages, we're good. If it's below, it's bad. And when it's above, then we're looking for companies that have good fundamentals and good growth stories, right? Things that an institution would be interested in. And then once it's above moving averages, and once you understand that it's got a good growth story, good fundamentals, etc., then we're looking for a nice setup, a low cheat setup, an undercut rally setup, a clean breakout, a dip by setup, whatever it is that fits your fancy, but at least it's above the moving averages, And every time it pulls back, it can at least find support on rising moving averages. You don't want to have me show you what a stock can do On the downside, right? You know, you like, somebody's gonna literally say, "What do you think about Upstart down here? It looks like ass." And guess what? Every time it came right back up to its declining moving averages, it just rejected and rejected and rejected some more, until eventually you're at oblivion. And how the hell do you know NRGV is going to stay in business for the next 5 years? Dude, the economy's bad, banks aren't lending, interest rates are high, NRGV might just be bankrupt in the next year. And that's the company you want to own? Tripping. And I'm only telling you this because I like you. And I don't even know you, dude. But I want you to make money. At least you're in this room trying to learn. But if it's underneath the moving averages, don't bring it up. Again, very, very, very rare exceptions. A Netflix, for instance, right? It put in its low. It found its low in May. Market's been seeing brand new lows. And Netflix is finally in a nice little uptrend. And it based out, pushed up. It's basing out again. It's stair stepping up, right? Very, very rare exceptions do I want to own things underneath moving averages. But I will sometimes, but again, rare exceptions. And again, even on the daily, the 10, 20, and 50 are trending up, right? All its moving averages on the hourly are holding up. But again, bro, I don't mean to give you such grief, but no, dude, I don't know. I don't know any recommendations to learn more about the undercut rally setup. You just have to study it. So essentially, here was a good example. So CCJ, here's your igniting candle and here's your low, right? Now when the stock is pulling back, after it made its high a couple weeks ago, when the stock is pulling back, it could potentially be finding support on the rising 100. I felt like the market was oversold. And then when you look at the stock, on the smaller time frame down here, it undercut the lows of 824, and then it essentially undercut them and then rallied, consolidated, and then it broke over that little neckline on a smaller time frame, right? With your stop being, low of day or even a stop below the 200. That's a nice undercut rally setup. Another one could have been like an Oxy, right? Oxy today. Maybe not the world's best example, but so this thing puts in a low yesterday, comes out, it washes out just underneath the yesterday's low and then rallies. So you're buying it as it's turning back up with your stop at that low. That's an undercut rally setup. When you deploy the undercut rally setup, well, that's up to you. And I usually like to do it in stocks that are coming down to a support level, like CCJ. That's why I had so much of my interest. Barely at 4 cents underneath that day's low and is coming down to the ascending 200. And you ask yourself, well, is CCJ going to die? Or let's zoom out a little bit and you realize CCJ's been in a nice uptrend for a year and a half, right? So look at it like that, or 2 years basically. It's just been in the 200 has essentially been in an uptrend. So, an undercut rally setup here is totally a viable setup. You end up buying the weakness, but, it wicks up on you by the end of the day, and then the next couple of days it just pushes out higher, and you're way in the driver's seat. You're buying it down here, and now look where it's at. You'd be up, 10% on your position. That's an undercut rally setup. Now, like I said, when you decide to deploy the undercut rally setup, that's, everybody's got a different personality of when you want to do it and how you want to do it in this market. Undercut rallies, dip buy setups, higher low setups, they're working better than breakout setups. And, it's important to take note of that. It's important to realize, hey, these dip buy or these undercut rally setups are showing a little bit more success than just a traditional breakout. In a nice healthy bull market, breakouts work, right? In a nice healthy bull market, 2020, every single bull flag worked, literally. But right now they don't, because our market's getting its ass kicked and it could very well go lower. And if it does, those breakouts, they're going to be false breakouts. Yeah, that's why I love undercut rally setups. You know, you're essentially buying the dip, but you're not buying the dip. You're buying it as it's turning back up. You know, and it undercut like a little level of interest, and then buyers stepped right up as it undercut that area, and then it, you know, it's gone. You know, it pops right back up. But yeah, I don't mean to give you too much shit, man, but I have to because I want you to be a great trader, and you know, focusing on shit like NRGV will never get you there. I'm just keeping it real. I mean, you want less stress when you trade. You want to make real money and catch big ass winners. You're not gonna do it on NRGV. It's just not gonna happen. You're essentially asking the market for favors, and you should never do that. Don't look for favors in the market.
FNHC.
But yeah, man, I want to see you. I want to see you be successful, dude. Yeah, but I'm not gonna these lithium names. I want to. I. It's not necessarily an undercut rally setup, in my opinion. I mean, unless of course you bought it like right underneath yesterday's lows, it was turning back up. But I'd like to just see these lithium names set up here a little bit better. You know, could very well be putting in higher lows on the daily. You know, this thing's basically sitting right up near all-time highs. It's a nice healthy chart that's been in a nice big uptrend. You know, LTHM's another one that I'd like to see set up a little bit better. Same kind of deal, finding support on the rising 50. Um, LAC, SGML. You know, oh wow, SGML. Mother effer. Wow, this thing is pretty dang strong. SGML looks nice, man. I didn't even have this thing on my radar. Sheet. Yeah, you know, I'd like to see a little bit more group participation, and these don't look bad. You know, SQM maybe not looking as great, but yeah, you know, you have to ask yourself: is SGML just because of this pullback? You know, is the move done? I don't know, but the general trend on this thing is up according to the 200. Right, the longer, but I just need a setup. I just need a setup. Anything, something. But for now, nothing, and that's okay too. Buddhist, good rule of thumb: if the 50-day moving average is below the 200, it's an auto pass. Unless, right, like a Netflix, right? What are you noticing about the 10, 20, and the 50 now? Right? They're nice and neat and organized, and they're uptrending. Slowly, right? But they're uptrending. But like something like when Netflix is in this state right here, okay? I'm not trying to buy anything like this at all. I could care less about Netflix in this situation, right? The 20's downtrending, the 10's downtrending, and the rule is when the 50 is below the 200 and the 50 is downtrending, it's just an auto pass. When I scan for something like this and it comes on my radar, I look at it for 2 seconds, maybe 1 second, and I instantly skip over it because it's not worth your time, right? But now all of a sudden, this thing goes sideways for months. It puts in its low in May, goes sideways for months, 2.5 months, right? And then starts to get up over the 50. Now the 10's uptrending, the 20's uptrending, the 50's uptrending. It pushes up a little bit more, and then it just starts to go sideways again, right? Building out a whole new base, right? Its first base was in the 160s, its new base is in the 220s, right? And now the 10, 20, 50 are uptrending. It's about the only scenario in where I'm okay buying a stock like Netflix. You know, again, Netflix isn't some crappy company. They're actually a pretty solid company. You know, did they deserve to, be all the way at 700? Maybe not, right? And so it was corrected. Build out a base, pushed up. Moving averages are now trending up. It flattening out again, and it's just got to give me a buyable pivot at that point, right? And it'd be even prettier if all the moving averages were trending up. But the fact is I usually trail things on the ascending 20. So the 10 and the 20 are actually ascending, right? And that's a scenario I'm comfortable putting myself in. But anything else is just, it's not proper, brother. And I want you to, and again, like something like this is almost an auto pass, right? I almost shouldn't be in this thing, but it's not really retesting. It looks different than an Apple per se. Apple's just slicing straight down. At least Amazon, while the market's been making brand new lows, Amazon for the last 5 days has just been going sideways, right? That's the only real reason it had my attention. And yesterday it put in a pretty tight day, right? And if I just draw a simple trend line from these lows, it's holding for now. and I took a super small position. And again, I'm operating under the simple assumption that our market should have an oversold rally. And Amazon would be one of the names that helps the market go higher. So I'd like to own a name like it if it allows me to be in it. But I have tiny position right over yesterday's high with a stop at low a day. It's like very, very, very rarely do I want to break those rules. When the 50 is downtrending below the 100, I shouldn't even be in this as a matter of fact, but I am. But very rarely, very, very rarely. And again, Amazon or NRGV, ask yourself, which one would you prefer to own? The answer is Amazon. TTD is not cooperating either. But we'll see. This market just looks like shit. It looks like it's going to roll over some more into the end of the day, which is just unfortunate. And that's exactly why we took, 20% position size. Like, a 20, like, I didn't get a full 100% of my normal size. I took 1/5 of the normal size I'd want to take in a stock. And if it begins to work, like an IRDM, then I'll happily add to it later. If Amazon doesn't work, it'll be a tiny irrelevant loss. TTD doesn't work, it'll be a tiny irrelevant loss because they're not even full position sizes. They're a 5th size and a 3rd size, and Snow was a half size because I liked how many times it had put in a higher low. Right, I really liked this trend line, how many times it put in a higher low. I like that a lot. And I like the company Snow. And again, a traditional breakouts just aren't really working in this market. So figuring out something alternative is it's been helpful. ANET. Yeah, ANET could be one of those, right? I had this pretty ugly decline, found its low back in mid-June, and been in a nice uptrend. Now it's just pulling back. Yeah, maybe something a little bit more clean and linear, but this isn't terrible. I could use a little bit more on the right-hand side of this base, a little bit more. Maybe in one more little push out and pull back and tighten up a couple days would be ideal. And this is a nice looking chart, potentially, right? And you ask yourself, is ANET, can ANET make a big move? It's shown it in the past. It's almost tripled in the past, quadrupled. I think they're in the same sector as PanW, if I'm not mistaken. How's PanW look? PanW needs a little bit more work too. But yeah, despite this ugly ass move down on PanW, it's basically starting to work itself right up by all moving averages, and this isn't some downtrending name. It's a long-term uptrender over the last 3 years. So who knows?
SHC.
But one of the things that I always remind myself is, guys, there's 13,000 names. You don't have to be in all of them. Or you just want to be in the very best ones. And oftentimes, I get a little antsy myself. Or I take subpar setups. Not perfect. And if I do, or if I take what I consider a subpar setup, it's really because of the market, right? Oftentimes it's just the market that we're in. Not that I can't identify a nice little tight setup, but doing it in a healthy market makes trading so much fucking easier. Seriously, it makes life so much easier.
FNHC.
Hey, babe. All right, guys. I've been streaming here, I feel like all damn morning. Sitting at my desk. I'm about to eat some lunch and call it a day. My stops are all in place on the names I'm in. I will just manage them accordingly. Like I said, I've got no predictions for what's to come. And, we'll just continue to be patient. And we'll see what kind of sets up over the coming days, coming weeks. Hopefully our market decides to bounce into the close. But again, I have no idea. Things that are oversold can remain oversold. And usually that's where crashes happen. So, I'm saying that for everybody to make sure you're being cautious out there because, if you have big size in anything and this market decides to roll over the weekend through these lows again, I mean, it can really get pretty dang ugly. So, I don't want to catch a fat gap down on heavy size on anything. Not like I'm sized up heavy in anything, really, with the exception of CCJ. But yeah, I don't want to. I don't want you guys to be aggressive out there. It's silly in this market. If you're gonna play something, play it on tiny size, and manage your risk out here, guys. I promise. When this market turns, we're literally gonna have to be picky, because there's just gonna be 100 setups that look great, like 2021, and there are already names that are showing some really nice relative strength, and those could be our future leaders. So that's kind of what we're going to focus on, and in the meantime, there's really not a lot for us to do out here. You guys just don't need to get aggressive. I'm not being aggressive out here either. There's no need. If these end up working, great, and I'll be happy to own more of it later. I would be happy to see Snow set up, at $220 and just add, no problem. But the last thing we're gonna do is get aggressive out here. So, and again, I can operate under all the assumptions I want about the market needing to bounce, but my opinion doesn't matter because I can't move the stock market anyway. I'm just here to follow price and limit my downside if I'm wrong. And again, I would much more happily add down the road as something's truly working for me. What's my average? Yeah. All right, guys. I'm out of here. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have a safe weekend, and we'll see some of you guys back on Monday. All right? Stay out of trouble. Talk to you guys soon. Any questions, feel free to shoot me a DM on Twitter. Have a good one, guys.